liberty and justice
Liberty
for all.
Justice for all.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lushner, as I was saying before, if I can just ask you just some questions. There were some conversations and some question about.
Excuse me. I just got a message. Still no sound. I don't know how true it is, but I'm just letting you know. Came up on the screen.
Candace, can you confirm that?
It's going in and out. They said it's on now. All right.
Showing audio on my end. So.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Lushner, if you can just maybe just touch upon any of the changes that we've made in terms of the days, in terms of the scheduling. I know that there was some discussion about that. If you can just expand on that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ms. Feliciano. Yeah, I did want to let the community know that, well, they know this already, that obviously, there's lots of parts to this plan that are continually being tweaked and looked at and changed and hopefully improved upon. And one of the things that we're doing is we're actually going to change the model, the hybrid model. And unfortunately, I don't have it with me here, a slide, but I will have it. We will have it online tomorrow that everybody can take a look, but I will explain it as best I can now. And that is, we're changing the days. We had Group A would be in on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on the first week. And Group B would be in on Thursday and Friday of that first week. And then going into the next week, week 2, the Group A would be in on Monday, Tuesday, and Group B would be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, so that Wednesday would be the flip day. First week would be A group, second week it would be Group B group. What we did was we think this is best for the community in terms of well, lots of reasons, but in terms of having less time away from the classroom. It may also help us with the distribution of food to students. So we're actually changing that model. I'm going to say it, and then again tomorrow we'll have it posted. Hopefully you can follow me here. We're going to start off on week 1. It's over 2 weeks. Week 1 will be A-B. That will be Monday, Tuesday. Monday will be A. Tuesday will be the B group. Wednesday, it's going to flip-flop between A and B. So the first week it would be Group A on that Wednesday. The second week it will be Group B. But now as we go to there it is. I knew we
Mr. Lotion, I just printed out a prop for you. Okay, Mr. Lotion,
right,
here you go.
That's my prop right there. I was wondering if somebody had it, but that's it exactly. What we're going to do is that week 1, as you can see, Mr. Feliciano holding it up. It's Monday is A, Tuesday is B, Wednesday is A, Thursday is A, Friday is B. So you can see Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Those groups remain consistent. It's AB and then AB. The only day that's changing, just like our old plan, was that Wednesday. So week 2 now you have Monday, Tuesday is A day, B day. Wednesday now reverts to the B group. And Thursday, Friday is A group, and then B group. Okay, so that's it. We'll have that online tomorrow. I do want to let everybody know is to make this, it's a little bit confusing. We run an A-B day schedule on our secondary buildings, okay? So 6 through 12, we actually have what's called an A day and a B day. So we're actually going to change the name of the groups. This was just for demonstration purpose. Now your sons and daughters, the kids will be assigned the green group and the white group. A green group and a white group. That's our school colors. That's what we're going to go with, a green and white. The A and B obviously was just for explanation purposes, but we're now going to assign it, A group will be green, B group will be white, And the reason we're doing that is because kids will still get an A and B day schedule. And that would be, I think, quite confusing if we had all of these A's and B's out there.
Thank you, Mr. Lochner. Mr. Lochner, we've been talking about actually even changing the start date of school attendance for the children, for the students. And I know that the plan is not completely solidified, but I think that, getting the information out as quickly as possible as we consider these changes is absolutely the thing to do for our community. We've been talking about a staggered entry approach for this school year. Can you just expand on what that idea is? And let me just jump in there. The reason why we are even considering this is that we believe that we have to transition into this new school year, and even with half of the student population in one building at a time, that might be a little overwhelming those first couple of days. So in our conversations, and because we've said that this is a fluid plan right from the beginning, we're not afraid to think about, making some adjustments that actually might make the reentry plan a little safer and a little bit more manageable. So that's the reason behind it. Mr. Lochner, if you could just, give us what the idea is. And again, we know that you're still working on this. So please.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the things that we're obviously concerned about, very concerned about, is the safety of the students and staff. And one of our primary goals, obviously, is that students and staff, they keep the safe distance, they're wearing the mask, and they follow the building protocols. In other words, how kids get off the bus. Believe it or not, we have to orchestrate that. So how the students leave the bus and enter the school building safely, and obviously at a remote distance from one another, that has to be practiced. As you can imagine, on all levels, I'm talking, K through 12, that is a concern of ours. And then as they go into the classroom, how to set up the classroom, make sure that they're comfortable with the class procedures, and then actually leaving the classroom and maybe traveling to a cafeteria or to another classroom on the secondary level. That we want to practice to ensure that all of the students know the quickest way and the most efficient way to walk through the hallway to their next class. So there's some practice there for our staff and our students so they can get that protocol down pat. And then, as I said, in the cafeterias, we have to make sure that we have everything efficient in our cafeterias so the kids remain safe as they get their lunch and either sit at the table or return to their classroom. So there's lots of things. And then obviously exiting the building is also a concern of ours, to ensure that the buses know where to go, because we're going to be exiting kids out of different exits than years past. So there's lots of, things that we want to practice. So, and we have such a large school district. I mean, the high school, might have at any given time about 1,500 kids. We want to ensure that everybody is comfortable in the first week of school with the safety protocols put in place. And if we have to tweak anything, at least we're not doing that with every student in the building. We're tweaking that with a smaller population. Also, we've talked about the distribution of tablets. We'd like to get the distribution of tablets. We'd like to start that on the first day of school. As you can imagine, that is going to be an undertaking to give out a tablet to every student, just so parents and guardians know. We're first going to send home a document that will ask every parent to sign, and that is something about the responsibilities of the student and the families as they receive this tablet from the district. And then the student will also sign that, and then the next day they'll get that tablet. So it's really a 2-day process just to receive that tablet. So we're doing that in a proper fashion. So yeah, that's all part of why we're thinking about, and this will be on the website on Friday, what we would, the entry days. And we apologize in advance if we inconvenience parents and students, but we really do think that this is necessary to ensure that we really have a safe transition into this new type of atmosphere that we're all going into. What Mr. Feliciano said, that right now our start date is September 10th. I think that's probably going to stay the same. We'll have Tuesday and Wednesday after Labor Day will be our professional development days. Then we'll probably start that slow transition over the next few days.
Thank you, Mr. Losha. And I think that you answered one of the questions that was sent in by a community member in terms of where the community can get a copy of the plan. So the current plan that was submitted to Albany is on the district website. And Mr. Losha, so we're expecting to have the updated plan sent to Albany this Friday, and it will be available on our website?
Yeah, it will be available on our website. It will be obviously an addendum to the plan that's already there. So yeah, we encourage you, and that will be by Friday afternoon. We will have the updates in terms of what we just mentioned about the change to the hybrid model. We'll also have student schedules on there, the expectations for families who have chosen the remote learning, the fully remote learning, and those that have chosen the hybrid, as well as those who have chosen the homeschooling. So all of those methodologies will be on the website, www.bufsd.org. Certainly, if you have any questions after that, you can give us a call. But all of these have to be, according to the governor, must be posted by Friday. And just as we didn't miss the last update, we won't miss this one.
Thank you, Mr. Losher. There are also some questions about what those first days of school would look like. Ms. Losher, I know that this board and administration has discussed the need to learn what remote learning can look like, with the expectation that there may be a day in the future where, the virus itself may cause a shutdown of the district. Can you talk about what we're doing to prepare the community for that eventually? I mean, in the last conversation we had, I called it, a remote learning drill. The reason why I say that is because I think that people need to know, what it is that we're doing on a detailed basis, so that they feel comfortable that we are trying to cover all of the bases.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Feliciano. You're right, and actually that's a good term. It's really a distance learning drill, if you will. What Mr. Feliciano is referring to is that there will be a time. First of all, there will be a time. I mean, I can say this with a fair degree of certainty, that the entire district, that is, will be on distance learning. It could be for a variety of reasons. It might be because our school district has experienced a spike in the number of virus cases. It could be our region, which we know is Nassau and Suffolk County. Our region might have a spike. The governor may choose to say, you know what, he's concerned about the spike in cases across the state, and he might close the whole state down and force us to go to distance learning. So what Mr. Feliciano is saying is we should get ahead of this. And when we're all settled, we have, the tablets in place. We've practiced the protocols of entering and exiting and the safety in the classrooms. We will probably run a distance learning drill day. It will probably be on that Wednesday, because that's the day where people are used to, on the hybrid method, used to having their kids home every other week. We'll probably go to a distance learning day where all of the students remain home, and then we practice our distance learning schedule, which will also be online this Friday. It actually was online with the last plan, but it will be updated and with much more specific instructions. So that will be our distance learning drill day.
Mr. Lushner, there seems to be a consistent pattern of questions as to why the Brentwood School District cannot do in-person learning every day. I know we've talked about this a number of times, but can you just touch upon the protocols that we have to have in place and why it is that we just can't have all kids in at any given time? It's a 6 foot distance. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, the governor and SED and the CDC, they've been quite clear about this. Okay, there's been really no deviation from this, and that is when school districts open for business in September and they have classrooms with students in it, those students' desks must be 6 feet apart and they have to have face masks on. It can't be an either or. It can't be you have the face mask on and you could be 3 feet away. I know some people have said that. That is not the case. It must be 6 feet away in a desk and you must have a face mask on. That's the minimum distance. And that is what we in Brentwood are doing. Every single classroom has been configured in such a way that students, when they enter, they will be in a classroom 6 feet apart with a face mask. Other school districts who are much smaller than us, okay, you can pick one of there's a few small school districts in the town of Islip. For example, I'll use Bayport Blue Point, for example, very tiny little hamlet over on the South Shore. They're a very small school district. They can take, just add 1 or 2 classrooms to their small elementary school, and then they can reduce their class sizes to about 15, have social distancing in every class, and invite all of their kids in. We will never be at that point, so I don't want to mislead the community. We could never bring all of our students in. I'll go over it one more time. I think the last time I mentioned Northeast and Southwest are 2 elementary schools with over 1,000 students, really 1,100 to 1,200 students in each building. We do not have the physical space to spread those kids out properly to ensure their safety. The high school, which has, as you know, about 4,500 students, now that we introduce the fully remote, that is now going to allow us to bring students in. About 1,400 or so students will be in the high school at any given time. And now there is, because it's a huge building, as you know, there will be safety in that the students will be spread out. So unfortunately, we're never going to be in a place where we can bring our kids in.
Thank you, Mr. Lochner. Mr. Lochner, there were some questions, I guess, about can you explain the kindergarten model? How are the AM and PM sessions going to be determined? Do you have an answer for that? And I know that we've never talked about that, but I don't know if you have an answer right now.
Well, I know that they're doing the schedules, and I don't know whether, I guess, the question is, could they request parents? That might be where this question is coming from. And certainly I'm sure we'll make that option available to people if they're not happy with the selection. I think right now the kindergarten centers are just scheduling the kids, putting half in AM, half in PM. If there's a major concern with families and they can't pull off the AM, but they can do the PM, they'd have to talk to the building principal about that.
Thank you. And you know what, that touches on something else that we've talked about in the past, that the district is going to make an effort to try to have all students from the same household attend on the same day, in-person day. So is that still the case? So basically the model is, all children in one particular household or address would be attending the A day, they would be designated the same, or actually the same color, Mr. Lochner, right?
Color, right. We're going to go to green and white.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, but yes, I'm going to, qualify that a little bit. And that is, buildings, let's take North Elementary, for example. They will, I'm sure they're going to put all of the siblings together if they're all in elementary school, in that one school. We're going to try to coordinate that throughout the district, but you have to give us some patience. And I have to be honest with you, it may not always work out. Because what's going to happen is you might have families, obviously a lot of them are listening right now, who have your sons and daughters in the elementary school, a middle school, and the high school. We have quite a few families that have that situation. We're going to try to get them all aligned, and I'm going to say we're going to be successful way more times than we'll be unsuccessful.
So there was a rumor out there, Mr. Lochner, that let's say, you have two children going to West Middle, will those two children be separated or they will continue to be at West Middle?
No, if that's their, if that's what
Homeschool, zone school.
I'm sorry, one more time?
So that is their zone school.
Okay, their zone school. That's exactly what I was going to say. If that's their zone school, that's where they should be attending. We have no intention of moving kids, to different schools. Maybe people are thinking we're trying to do that to even out the quantity of students in each school. That's not our intention at all. We're not doing that.
Lochner, there's question after question after question on this one issue, and I know that this is part of what you're addressing in the plan. Can you please go over again one more time in terms of what our new remote learning model is? Can you touch on the virtual / synchronized learning approach? So I think that the one thing that has to be said here is I believe that the virtual and the synchronized terms can be interchanged. So, Mr. Lochner, if we could just focus on that. So virtual equals synchronized, virtual equals this remote learning plan. So if you can address what that is now looking like for the community, I would appreciate it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time on this. Let me get...
Sure.
Okay. So yes, the synchronized, just to define it one more time, all of these words are kind of new to our vocabulary. Synchronous learning is where a teacher is live in front of the class and the student would be home, okay, on a tablet or their laptop, and they would be listening to the teacher or watching listening and watching the teacher at the same time. So instruction is being delivered in real time at the same time. That's synchronous learning or virtual learning. Not, but really synchronous learning. So what we have now is we have, as you guys know, and I want to thank the well over 13,000 families and students have filled out the survey. Tremendous help to us because obviously now we're assigning students to their preference, and that's been terrific help. So what we have is we have the hybrid method, and then we have the fully remote method, okay? Then we have the distance learning. And the distance learning I already described. That is where the entire district will be home. All of the kids will be home because of the various reasons, and they will be receiving instruction at home. Every single level will have a distance learning model on the website, so they can go in and see when your sons and daughters will have a schedule, okay? That's the distance learning. Now, the fully remote model is going to be combined somewhat with the hybrid model. The hybrid model, that is where students are coming into school every other day, which we just showed you. The fully remote students, they're the students who have chosen to receive their instruction at home every single day. Now, I'm gonna break it down into 3 areas, okay? And I need the community to, you know, hear this, so we're all on the same page, because I know this is all new to us, but we need to work together on this. When it comes to grades 9 through 12, the high school, okay, 9 through 12, what we have our students who are in the hybrid method, they will be coming in on alternating days, and they'll be going to a class. And then you'll have the fully remote students that will be home. The fully remote students will be working with a schedule. They will be given a schedule as if they were in school. So we have an 8-period day, 9 through 12. So you're going to be given a schedule just as if you were in school, and it is mandatory that you follow that schedule. So if you have English period 1, social studies period 2, math period 3, then you have, you know, lunch or a study hall, and there's obviously a break in the day. But what we'll need you to do is log in period 1. If that was English, you log into your English teacher's class. The teacher will be teaching for those 40 minutes, and that will be the synchronous learning that we just spoke about. That the kids in front of the teacher will be getting a lesson, and the students at home will be getting the identical lesson. And the reason we're doing this is obviously the high school, there are, you know, literally hundreds of different classes. We have, in terms of history, we have Global 1, we have Global 2, U.S. history, we have economics, we have all kinds of honors classes. So all kids travel in different pathways. And that's true for any subject area, the English classes as well as the math classes and science classes. That's just the majors. So what we are having, we need every student to understand, if you're grades 9 through 12, you are following a schedule at home as if you are in school. You're going to log on, attendance will be taken for period 1. You're going to listen to the instructor. You're going to have an opportunity at times to interact, if you're home, that is. Obviously, if you're in person, you can interact. You're going to be graded as if you were in school. Tests, quizzes, obviously attendance is something that will drive your success, is if you were in school or out of school. You must attend classes. And that's period 1, period 2, period 3, all the way through the day. That's 9 through 12. So the hybrid class, when they're in on the green day or the A day, which is a Monday, they're going to be in person, listening to the instructor. On Tuesday, they're home. When they're home, they have to log in. So if it was period 1 English when they were in person on Monday and they're home on Tuesday, period 1 has to log on and listen to the instructor on Tuesday. Okay, so the hybrid is they're hearing the instructor every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They may be in person, they may be out of person, they may be out of school. The remote, obviously, they're home every single day, and they're listening to the instructor every single day. Okay? So that's 9 through 12. In middle school, there will be a combination of synchronous learning and asynchronous learning. It will not be, because depending on the subject area, it will not be necessarily where they log in every single period and listen to the instructor, although that will happen more times than not. And that is if you're in the hybrid method. If you're home, you're logging in, you're listening to the instructor. If you're in school, you're obviously listening to the instructor. If you're fully remote, you're logged in and listening to the instructor. So though there are a real responsibility by the students to know that they are still following schedules as if they were in school. That is, if they're on the hybrid method or the fully remote method. There is an expectation that you are in school every single day. It's our responsibility to educate every single student and give them the opportunities, whether they're in person or home. Okay, they all have that same opportunity. Now, the elementary school, and again, we will have a schedule for every, everybody to look at on Friday. But at home, when you're obviously a first grader or a second grader, as you can imagine, even all the way up to fifth grade, it can be very difficult to have that same level of expectation if you're on the fully remote program. So we're not going to ask students who are home to log in the morning when school starts and stay logged in the entire time. There will be blocks of time where we're going to expect a student on fully remote, that's grades 1 through 5, where they log in, they listen to their teacher give a lesson maybe on ELA, a block lesson on ELA or math, and then they will log off. The same will happen with the hybrid. They'll be getting the instruction, obviously in person on one day, and when they're home on that second day or the following day, there will be a schedule and an expectation for those students to log in a couple of times during the day and get instruction. So we're obviously putting a great deal of time and effort into this, and people to understand that we do have expectations of our students who are on the hybrid as well as the fully remote. And
Mr. Lochner, I mean, you said something that I think was absolutely crucial and critical to this idea. And I know that a lot of board members have had these questions thrown at them from community members. So on this explanation that you said for the 1 through 5, it's going to be a series of logins from the students during the day, and it's not going to just be a one-time option. So they are going to have schedules set as to when they should be logging in, but the idea behind this is that they would be working on some of the stuff independently after they've received the instructions.
Yeah, that's it exactly. And that's going to be true for all levels. There will be some times where it is now called asynchronous. Asynchronous being, the opposite of the synchronous. There won't be live instruction. Now, on the elementary level, we have quite a few computer software programs that all of the kids are very familiar with, iReady being one of them. We also have consumables. So every elementary student, they're going to get workbooks for Elevate Science, for other subject areas as well. So we've already purchased these workbooks for all of the elementary kids. So there will be times that they're going to do what's called asynchronous learning. The teacher will be logged off, and the kids will be doing their work in their notebooks or in their workbooks, or they'll be on iReady. They'll be doing some math. They'll be doing some reading. They'll be doing some other interactive software programs, and then they'll have another FaceTime with their teacher. And the same will be true on the middle school level in particular. There will be times where it will be asynchronous learning, where they won't be live with a teacher, and that they will have time to work independently where they're not having FaceTime with the teacher. And that will happen at times too at the high school level as well. There'll be times where they won't be logged in, but the teacher will have given them some work to do, and the necessity to be logged in will not be there. But there still must, on the secondary level, follow that schedule.
Mr. Lochner, with that being said, even when the live teaching has completed, a student, will they still have the option to communicate with the teacher via chat? I know that's an option on the Teams meeting. So even when you are working independently, if there is a student that has a question, could we enable that chat component so that the student can send the teacher a question remotely, and maybe that be answered to that student via the chat option?
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely. That's what we anticipate happening. And, you know, we want our kids to be a part of our school, whether they're remote, in hybrid, in home, or in distance learning. So that opportunity to chat and ask questions is certainly going to be there. You know, this is all obviously new to us. So there will be some growing pains, and maybe if I could just kind of digress for a moment, Mr. Feliciano, I think it's important I let the community know that, you know, this is all brand new, as we said, and it's a very, you know, things that have, as we mentioned, have been changing rapidly. I mean, for instance, this will be the first year we're going to introduce tablets to every single student. That's new. You know, lots of students have not, you know, even though we were in the spring working with Microsoft Teams, lots of them haven't yet. I'm also mentioning about live teaching or synchronous teaching by teachers. I want to be honest with the community. We have already ordered all of the hardware necessary for this to take place, and that is a camera and a microphone on teachers' desks. That's been ordered. But as you can imagine, you know, technology right now, every single school district across the country, they're ordering the same things. So there's a backlog on some of these items that we've ordered a while ago. We're waiting. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that you have to have patience with us and teachers and administrators, and just as we will with families and students, as we all get acclimated to using this technology. I hope no one expects that and I'm sure you don't, we just snap our fingers that first day of school, the fully remote, they're going, you're all ready, the hybrid's all ready. No, there's going to be some growing pains over the first few weeks. To be honest with you, there's always the first few weeks of school, there's always some growing pains. There's schedule changes, kids drop that course, they move to this course, you know, there's lots of changes in the first few weeks, but we have to expect that too as a community, that as we're going to grow into this together, you know, the teachers, which we have, I think flat out, I've said this many times, the best teachers. They are tremendous, as well as our administrators. And they are putting a tremendous amount of effort into this. But this is a new world for them as well. And we have to, you know, give them some time. We're going to give some professional development, obviously. They're already working on it, you know, teachers and administrators. But we have to give them time to get used to this whole new model. I mean, let's face it, last year at this time, if I told you that teachers would have cameras and microphones on their desks or somewhere in their room, you know, you would have thought I was nuts. You know, if you thought kids were going to be home looking at a tablet, you know, getting instruction, you again would have thought I was nuts. This is all brand new. But it's also, if we look at it in a positive way, this can be an exciting time for kids. I know it's obviously the backdrop is the virus, and that's obviously an awful thing for anybody who's experienced it or you know, has had some experience with it, their families. That's horrendous. But in terms of us being forced into this model as a school district and really as a country, it can be exciting. But you know, with excitement and with change, you know, we also have patience, and I hope that everybody who's listening, they understand we'll have patience with kids and families. They need to have patience with us as we grow into this. Obviously, as the September goes in October, I'm really hoping that we're all very comfortable with the technology and how to deliver the instruction, how to receive the instruction. And hopefully by that first week in October or so, we're kind of, really moving into this, and everybody's getting smoothly adjusted to it at that point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lochner. I've said just a summary of what you've said multiple times. The board recognizes that, that there are going to be deficits. The board recognizes, that there may be mistakes, along the way. And what we're hoping to do is really take the time to try to address those issues, be a part of the solution and not be a part of the problem. And this idea of placing blame on to some of those shortfalls on any one person is really, really detrimental to everything that we're trying to do. We are trying to do the best that we can as a district and as a community, but we can't do this without your cooperation. We are going to need for parents to pay tremendous amount of attention to the schedules that are going to be sent out to the community to make sure that their children are coming to school on the right day. We are going to need for the community to step up in terms of, what it is that children are doing on those remote learning, on those distance learning days. Because obviously, we're hoping that there's going to be adult supervision that might be able to assist with some of the things that are required of families now. This is the point where a community needs to come together. This is where we're going to have to lean on our neighbors, on our friends, and our families to make sure that we all get this same opportunity. So Mr. Lochner, I mean, I couldn't have said it myself and any better than myself. And I know that this is going to be the last time that we're going to appeal to the community for their patience, for their cooperation, and for just a commitment to try to make this a successful school year. Mr. Lochner, we keep using the word remote learning and distance learning. Can I just throw something in there and just correct me if it's wrong? So, and this is just one of the things that seems to be trending on the YouTube channel that we're on. So remote learning is equal to distance learning, except remote learning is going to be, what we're calling it when we are in the hybrid model. But if the day comes that we need to shut down the district or a building, then that is going to be what we're calling distance learning for the entire building or for the entire district. So remote learning is distance learning, but in a hybrid model. We are just doing it, on a green and white day schedule. Isn't that?
That's it. Yes, you just explained it perfectly. The distance learning, what we're calling distance learning, is where the entire district, all of the students, that is, will be home. Okay, and they will be home receiving instruction. That's the distance learning. The fully remote model, or remote for short, that is exactly as you say. That's kind of goes in hand with the hybrid method. So if we're in school, you're either you're a hybrid student that's coming in every other day, or you're a remote student, but you all have schedules to be followed.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. So, and everything that you said about the synchronous and asynchronous learning applies to both groups because they are one and the same. So the remote learning group gets exactly what the distance learning group is, and it all depends on what the district is doing. That's synchronous and asynchronous learning with the chat chat capability turned on is what the plan is as we move into this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, you can think of the asynchronous as almost independent work.
Mhm.
That's really what asynchronous is. You'll be given some direction from your teachers, just like you always would be. But however, it won't be live. It will be your own responsibility as a student to now do this independent work, if you will. So that way, when you return to the teacher, you'll either have questions, you'll have answers to questions that the teacher may have asked that child, and then you'll start with live or synchronous instruction, listening to an instructor.
Mr. Loshner, so now that I think that we have provided some clarity, what I would like to do is I would like to go over what the expectation is from the student's side, from the parent side, from that home side. So one of the things that we've been discussing is, how will we get these students to log in to this model, to this day, to the schedule? One of the things that we were dealing with in the springtime is that, because all of this was so new, we did not have all the protocols and all of the requirements in place. We have to go over some of that now, and I think that this is probably going to be the first time of many times that the community is going to hear it. One of the things that we spoke about is a real requirement to have students log in when the virtual bell rings, because that's really what we're talking about. What we're talking about is on those remote learning days, or even if we went into the full distance model for a building or a district, those schedules are still in place, and the expectation is that students show up for class. Mr. Loshner, I know that during the springtime there was a tremendous amount of flexibility in terms of allowing for students to maneuver, the day, because we didn't have all the pieces in place. But can we go over what the consequences are for students who may decide to check out? Because guess what? It's sunny out, and and being outside is better than being in class, even when they're home.
Right.
I know that the expectations are way different this time. So can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, I mean, it's as you already mentioned, that it was, obviously we've gone over this. This was, thrust upon us in the middle of March, and there really was disparate methodologies throughout the entire few months. I know, some I think, as I said, I think our teachers did a phenomenal job. But as some schools and some kids really worked on packets many of the time, and it wasn't as interactive as the student and teacher and family would have hoped for. Other teachers were able to, communicate quite effectively online with their students. So really there was, lots of different experiences for kids, teachers, and families. And what we're doing, and what we're really mandated to do, but we want to do anyhow, is to give the same experience to every single student, whether you're in school or fully remote or hybrid. We want every student to really learn and grow as if they were right in front of a teacher. And we're trying to put together a schedule that will accomplish that. Now, in terms of student responsibilities, you bring up a great point. And one of the things that happened one of the things that we can learn from this past spring was that there was no schedule necessarily. I know lots of families and lots of students put their own schedule in place, and that was phenomenal. And there were lots of teachers who obviously dictated a schedule by their students. But the flip side is there were lots that were not necessarily on a schedule. They may have started their schoolwork at 12 o'clock. I know lots of students were communicating with their teachers at 8 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and on Saturdays and Sundays. And it was kind of, it was all over the map. There wasn't a structure there. And like I said, I'm thrilled with the way everybody responded, but now we have, it's different. We have the technology, or we're going to have it all in place. There is expectations that students, when they're required to log on, they log on. If you don't, there will be, just as there would be if you were not in class. When a teacher is going to put his or her grade for you down at the end of the first quarter, for example, and you've been absent 25 times, you may not pass that class. That's a reality. So the expectation, is that students follow the schedule that they are given. Obviously, 9 through 12, I explained already, 6 through 9, and obviously elementary. They will all have schedules. So whether you're home or in school, your responsibility is between, let's be broad here, from 7:30 to 3 o'clock. That's when school occurs, or, later in some of the later schools. Your expectation is that's when you're interacting with your school, okay, whether if you're home.
Thank you. Ms. Lochner, there was a survey that the district sent out, and I believe, or we suspect that some of those questions may have been misinterpreted, Ms. Lochner, and with regards to the number of people, number of families that had opted for homeschooling. The number, and I'm looking at the chart that you sent us on the 18th. At that point, we had 12,000, roughly 12,000 responses. 7,388 had chosen the hybrid, and the fully remote was up to 4,052. But we also had 608 families that had chosen the homeschooling option. We suspect, and this board has discussed this. I know that you and I have talked about this. We suspect that there may have been some confusion as to what people thought the homeschooling option was. And if that's the case, they need to correct it so that they don't find themselves teaching their own children without any district support. Can you just touch on that for just a little bit so that we can clarify that for the community?
Sure. Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, we're up to about 650. I think I don't have the final numbers. It's actually still open till midnight tonight. But we have probably about 13,400 parents have filled out the survey for the kids. And we have about 650 homeschooling. Now, tomorrow, you're actually going to get either a connected from me or somebody from in the district, as well as a letter to these families that requested homeschooling, so they can further clarify it for us. But yes, just so you know, homeschooling is where you actually are electing to, you're really kind of removing the student from the school district, and then you're electing as a family, parents or guardians, to teach the child on your own, your son or daughter on your own. The district will supply books. We can supply a curriculum, but in terms of day-to-day instruction, that is taken care of by the parents or the guardian, or if they elect to bring in somebody themselves, they can certainly do that. But that's what homeschooling is. There really wouldn't be any of this remote learning with the school or the hybrid method with the school. It's completely driven by the family. So yes, I mean, I if there are some parents who mistakenly check that, we certainly will find out in the next few days, and they have plenty of time to straighten that out.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner. Ms. Lochner, is there, have there been any changes to the kindergarten plan that we spoke about the last couple of times. Can you tell me what that plan still looks like?
Yeah, it's still the AM, PM, okay? You know, again, like we said before, that half the school will be assigned to the AM program, half will be assigned to the PM program. Now, there are some families who elected for the remote. That's going to be, I actually didn't speak about this earlier. That's going to be a whole different type of experience. I'm not sure that there's going to be any synchronous learning for those students who have elected to be on the remote kindergarten, okay? We certainly will give assistance. It may be some type of, it'll be asynchronous learning where the student can obviously access all of the computer software and programs. We will supply packets if necessary, but I don't think that there's going to, we don't have the staff to really handle that. We're still working on that, however, Mr. Feliciano, but I do want to be upfront with the people who chose the fully remote for kindergarten. That's going to pose a problem for us to conduct synchronous learning.
And Mr. Lochner, just to reiterate what we said last week, a special education, the expectation is that the special ed students would be coming in 5 days a week. Has that changed at all?
Well, it's not every special education student. It's really just the self-contained special education students. They will be coming in every day.
Okay, is it just the self-contained, or what about some of the ENL and some of those other populations that we have within the district?
Yeah, that's a great question too, Ms. Feliciano. The ENL students, bilingual students, and SIFE students will be following the hybrid method if that's what they chose. They will not be coming in every day. Now, understand, we haven't really spoken about it, you know, too much. But we have, you know, lots of teachers that have been charged with giving AIS or RTI or push-in teachers. That will still be occurring with the students. So, for instance, there'll be still the co-teacher models, and that's why some teachers will be, you know, breaking out their classes into smaller sections, so the co-teachers can give individualized instruction, even remotely. So, you know, with the SIFE classes and with some of the ENL classes and bilingual classes, rather, that will be happening, where some of the co-teachers will be breaking down the classes and giving that smaller instruction. So there'll be opportunities there for students to really interact with their teachers.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Lochner, for that. So has anything changed on the pre-K model?
Yeah, the UPK, you know, that has not changed. The students will be going, if they chose full day or half day. And I will tell you that, you know, our UPK numbers have decreased, not surprisingly, obviously, because of the concerns that families have with the little ones, and we certainly understand that. But our numbers have decreased. So if you're a parent and you'd like a full-time UPK, more than likely you will get your request, even though in years past, sometimes you will put on a waiting list. But if you've requested a half day or a full day, you will get that. You'll be going to either Family Service League, Shepherd's Gate, or MDQ, one of the 3 schools that runs UPK here in the Brentwood community. So that opportunity will still be with you. But, you know, I'm going to be completely honest with the district. Obviously, I'm always going to be honest with the district. The governor has reduced the funding to UPK. They reduced the funding by 20%. So, you know, stay tuned. We fully anticipate giving universal pre-K to all of our kids who have asked for it. But I do want to be upfront with the district that the governor has cut, or the Office of Budget has cut our UPK budget by 20%. And if it continues to do that, we might have to reevaluate our UPK program. But as of right now, we fully intend on running it.
And I don't know, maybe Ms. O'Connor can answer this question. There were supposed to be some sessions for parents in the school district to log in and to learn about this entire process, the remote learning, the distance learning, the hybrid, the teams, how to properly use Teams. Can you tell me how that's going on and how that's moving along, and if we have any new news?
Sure. The dates have been announced. They're on the website. There are some during the day. In the morning, there's another session from 5 to 6. In the evening, there's a couple of sessions like that. They will be in English and Spanish for the community. So just take a look at the website and our Facebook page as well. And there'll be a flyer there where the parents can, log on to those very important training so they can see exactly what their kids are going to see when they're doing the virtual learning.
Yeah. Ms. Loescher, and will these trainings continue during the school year for parents as well as staff?
Yeah, we have a schedule. Stacy and Ms. Chang, they put together a schedule that leads up to the school year. But they fully intend on offering some of these in the evenings as we get into September. We certainly recognize the need. Not everybody's going to have the opportunity to go to one of these 4 training sessions, but we will have additional ones in September. But it's also important to know that the videos will be online, though, right, Stacy? They can.
I believe they're going to be recorded and then available for the parents.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Loescher, so what about providing this presentation to staff? I think that you have something scheduled for Friday.
Yes.
Can you just expand on what your next steps are going to be?
Yes, on Friday at 2:00, I'm going to send a message out tomorrow to the staff, and I'll meet with the staff, obviously via a Zoom meeting, and go over what our plan is at that point. I believe a lot of staff members actually log into these presentations as well.
But there was a specific need that was outlined by the governor.
Yes.
To meet that requirement. We're getting that done on Friday.
On Friday, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Board members, can you let me know if there was something that wasn't covered that still might be of concern to any one of you individually?
I have a question in regards to people are asking, is there a particular date that they could switch from from remote learning into the hybrid system?
Yeah, I mean, although we did not give a specific date, and I'm really, really glad you asked this question. Thank you. I need the community to understand that this is really a tremendous amount of scheduling that goes into this. I can't tell you the amount of time and effort that all of the building principals, administrators, and well as teachers that are really putting into this. So the long of it is, we really would hope that everybody is committed for the first semester, and that is the end of January. However, if they really are concerned about it, then we'd like the first quarter, which is in the second week of November. Then they could, if they gave us a call, gave us enough lead time. We really do need about 2 weeks to make transportation changes, as well as making sure that we can now bring that student into a classroom and still maintain that social distancing. We may have to adjust a schedule So we do need some time with that. So really, we'd love if everybody stayed till the first semester, but if not, November. And if you really want to change, if you really need to change, circumstances in their own lives have changed, and we certainly understand that, please give the district a call and give us about 10 days to really work through all of the different, permutations.
And now in regards to if the parent did not complete the preference survey or the form and specify to the district that they will be doing remote or hybrid, that student will be automatically enrolled into the hybrid system, the AV.
Yes.
Is there okay, yes.
Yes. No, that's it exactly. And if someone's listening to this for the first time and they really have a strong, they'd like to go fully remote, please log on. It's still open this evening. But listen, if somebody really is, committed to it, tomorrow or the next day, if they gave us a call, we certainly could put their son or daughter into the fully remote. But if no one did anything, then we're going to go with the hybrid.
And in regards to UVK, will there be a remote UVK, or are you leaving it to the CBOs?
No, that's another great question. The UPK is in person, okay, whether full day or half day. They have social distancing in place. They will, if the district shuts down, they will also shut down and go to distance learning at that point. However, their distance learning will be similar to what it was last year, and that is they'll deliver packets, workbooks for students to work on while they're home. And then when they return, they'll pick up with the instruction.
Thank you.
But it will not be, synchronous. I mean, they're all the little ones that they probably could do it easily, in terms of understanding how to use a computer, but they're not equipped to do that. And there's really not an expectation for them to do that. They'll just run it very much like they did last year.
And the whole point of UVK is the interaction with one another and their interactions with the teacher,
Exactly. And that's exactly why we want them to come in. And that's why we really were committed to the half day for kindergartners 5 days a week, because we really, that's an important area. That's an important grade for students really to get acclimated to school life. So great point.
And you also have in front of you multiple pages of questions. And some of these questions have already been answered and addressed at the multiple meetings that we've had during the past. So I am going to encourage all community members to please, revisit some of the meetings that are still available on YouTube to answer some of the questions about transportation, about school lunches, about building sterilization. All of these things are still coming up as questions on the chat side of this meeting, Mr. Lochner. And rather than being here for many more hours at a time, I am going to answer and try to address those items by saying that most of those questions, if not all those questions, have already been addressed by you at the original reentry plan. That was a marathon meeting for you, and I believe that in all fairness to district administrators, I'm going to encourage the community to please review the meetings that are still on YouTube to answer any of those additional questions. If there aren't any further questions from the board members, I'm gonna try to close this meeting out tonight. If that is okay with each one of you, by thanking again district administrators, Ms. O'Connor, Mr. Lochner, the district cabinet members, everybody that's involved in this re-entry plan. And I know that I know, and we've said this many times before, that there may be some problems that are going to, surface as we move closer to the first day of school, and even while we are in school. We are asking for the patience of the entire community. We're hoping that the parents and families feel, and are encouraged to reach out to, district staff, central administration, if they have any personal concerns that might not have been addressed, and that may be very unique to their situations at home. We can only do this if we all cooperate with this crisis, with this plan during this crisis. And we are trying to make this plan and polish this plan as we go along. I think that we're probably 3 weeks out or 2 weeks out from the actual start of school. I know that the district staff is going to continue to work on making this better each and every day, making the improvements that we think might make this safer and easier to roll out. When we do get more information, please know that we're going to immediately call for a meeting. And let me give you an example. Mr. Loescher mentioned that, that we may be staggering the re-entry of students. As soon as we get that plan solidified, as soon as we've identified what grades are coming in on what day, that information will be put out to the community as soon as we get it. In terms of upcoming meetings, we have our regular business meeting tomorrow. It's going to begin at 4:30, and we will probably going into a public session at or around 7 o'clock. And in anticipation of more information, please know that we are already expecting to meet sometime next week to follow up on any of the loose ends that we currently have. With that being said, I want to wish the Brentwood community, on behalf of the entire board and everybody here, a wonderful night, and we will see you all tomorrow. Could I have a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Safiri. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Thank you very much and have a wonderful night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night now.
Good night.
Right.